think they're ready.
Just for 1 month, it will be alright to consolidate our colors, flags, and letters and decide. Pride is pride. Come out of hiding. Come out with friends to read and watch some gay shit till June ends. Till June ends. Till June ends. Till June ends. Maybe you're gay. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're scared that you'll get caught. Maybe you're one of all the letters our growing acronym forgot. Maybe you're bi. Maybe you're trying out new things, or just an ally. However you choose to identify, there's no need to cry, because this month we've got the gay shit for your mind. I just wanna read gay shit. Let's not overcomplicate it. This month line up the gay shit. Whatever gay shit you like. We're gonna sprint and read gay shit. Host watch-alongs with all gay shit. Recommend all of our favorites all month long. Gay shit for pride. Hey, 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 sugar. 30 days of gay shit. Read that gay shit. Maybe you're loud, maybe discreet, maybe you're picky, you love every kink. Maybe your comfort shows a little too easy to binge, repeat, easy to binge. Maybe you're trans, maybe confused. Maybe come, you've got nothing to lose. Maybe you just need dragons and lesbians. Lesbians, kissing in maybe your shell has been waiting. Maybe your shell has been waiting. Something colorful, messy, and queer. So grab your snacks and your favorite gays, because Friday is here. I just wanna read gay shit. Let's not overcomplicate it. This month we'll line up the gay shit. Whatever gay shit you like. We're gonna sprint and read gay shit. Watch-alongs with recommendations. Recommend all month long. Gay shit for pride. Hey, 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 sugar. 30 days of gay. What's that gay shit? Maybe you're pan, poly, or queer. Maybe your preference depends on your peers. Maybe you're afro or allo or mono or intersex or straight until you've had 6 beers. Maybe you're only into girls. Maybe you prefer necklaces or pearl. Maybe you're two-spirited or you're fluid and multiple genders. The gender that they unfold. Maybe you have preferences that collide. Or you're just curious, trying every step. No matter why you showed up, you were happy to support. No matter why you showed up, you were happy to support your child. We just want to read. We just want to read. Let's not overcomplicate. Let's not overcomplicate. Drag out all your gay shit you like. Whatever gay shit you like. We should sprint and read gay shit. We're welcome every day, so steady straight. This month we got your gays. All the gay shit you like. We're gonna read gay shit. Encourage you to do gay shit all month long. Gay shit. Don't cry. Gay shit. Don't Let's do some gay shit. Let's do some gay shit. So you like 30 of gay shit.
Hello. That's the opening, right? You gotta love it. I was jamming back there. How's everybody doing? How are you doing? It is Courtney. I'm your host for this leg of gay shit. Tangible Reads. That's my channel. That's me. Don't wear it out. I want to say welcome. It is Tuesday. It is a nice, sunny, beautiful day outside. Maybe I will get a chance to partake in that later. We shall see about that. I am running on about 45 minutes of energy of sleep. I worked last night, so if it gets a little loopy, then that's just how it is over here. Sometimes we just get that way. So just to let you know there. So put in the comments, what are you reading? What are you doing? All of that good stuff. And what team you're on. How are you doing with your teams? It is Team Rainbow Sprites here. So we are the non-competitive team, but we're definitely reading up in there. If you are competitive, make sure you are logging your books and all that good stuff, and make sure you are helping out your team. I want to give a shout out to all of my amazing co-hosts who are doing an awesome job of holding down Gay Ship 24/7. Huge. I love it. Hopefully we do it again. It's been a good time. I've been in the comments a lot because, schedule has been all over the place lately, y'all. It definitely has. I was looking forward to coming into the comments last night, and work got so busy that I just never made it back. And then when I did, my phone was dead. So anyway, it happens. That's what we did. So, going to be a good day. Hopefully have some good fun and get some reading in. Ooh, I kind of like that purple. What do y'all like better? Maybe this one. I like a little pattern. Let's see what else I'm on StreamYard. Oh, well, hold up. This is fun. All right, there we go. We got some corkscrews in there. Get a little patterns up in the mix. Pattern in the mix. Got to clean these glasses. I can't see. So I want to thank all the co-hosts for doing a great job. Also thanks Nicole and Coda for putting on this shindig. It's been a good time thus far. I have been enjoying it. Don't need any excuse to read my gay books. But it's a good excuse to read a lot of them. So I'm happy with that. I've read some really good books lately. I will say that for sure. So let's see what's going on in the comments here. We have Glitter Librarian, Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. How are you doing? What are you up to? Let us know all the jazz. Is this your new name here? Let us know. I got to look at the little thumbnail to make sure I'm getting the right person. Ren says hello to everybody. Well, hello to you too. What's going on? I'm hoping to finish Felix Ever After by, I can't. Y'all, I feel like this print needs to be bigger for StreamYard. My vision is not that great. The light here is okay, but I feel like it needs to be bigger. I wonder if there's a way. I think I already have it on the biggest fonts. Let me see something real quick, y'all. I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way that I can increase. That's themes. Oh, hold up. I kind of make this a little bigger. I'm just trying to get a bigger font. Maybe it can be bold. Nope. I have to pay for some advanced tools. So I'm using the default, and there is, hold up. Text size, default, small, large. What does that do? Nope. Large is still small, but that is actually the, I think that's just like the headings. Okay, well, we're going to work with what we have here, y'all. Anyway, Ren is wanting to finish Felix Ever After. I have heard great things about this book. Wasn't that on the banned books list or something like that too? Let me know how you are liking it. Ren is on Team Green Screen Gems. Okay, how are you liking Screen Gems? Working for you? I forgot the placement. I know Livia was just talking about it before she got off channel, and I completely forgot who was in first place. But make sure you log all your books and all of that stuff to make sure that your team is in the running and you don't miss out, okay? Especially if y'all are competitive. It's all good no matter whether you read one book or read 100. I don't know. Let me know how many books have y'all read, okay? But you know what? It's all about reading some good books, and I'm all for that. Personally, I am reading, what is this book called? It's escaped me. I was about to say the person's name. It is called You Weren't Meant to Be Human, which is very interesting, y'all. Let me know if y'all have read You Weren't. Let me see if I can. Where am I finding that? This is what I'm currently reading here. You Weren't Meant to Be Human by Andrew Joseph White. Very interesting book. Kind of creeped me out a little bit, not gonna lie, but I am pushing through. I'm determined to read this book, even though it's creeping me out the entire way, okay? I am about 30 pages to the end, so I can make it. I got this. I'm just trying not to get creeped out and get weird dreams. I can do it. Ren says it's really good. Okay, that's good. Well, I'm glad that you are liking the book, okay? Ren is enjoying being on a competitive team. I started with Rainbow Sprites, then switched over. Hey, you know what? You know what's going to work for you, okay? I probably should have switched over to, but the logging of the books and keeping track of stuff is just a little bit over my head a little bit. So I always steer clear and go to the non-competitive aspect. So it's good that you recognize that that would be for you and go over, help out the team, okay? Ren says, I have You Weren't Meant to Be Human on my TBR. It's very interesting. It wasn't what I expected. Like the synopsis kind of drew me in. The pacing's kind of, I don't know, different than what I expected, but I'm definitely still enjoying the book. It just was different than what I had expected it to be. Yeah, very unique. Kind of creepy, not gonna lie. But I definitely recommend it. Definitely for something different. I feel like for gay shit, I have read a lot of like serious type books, I mean, I don't know. I guess for Readathon for gay shit, I thought I would read a lot of smut and all that stuff. And not to say I haven't read any, but I've definitely read a lot of like serious poignant books for this Readathon. So I've gotten some good reading in, okay? There's some talented people out there writing some queer books, okay, y'all? Ren says Team Yellow is at the top of the leaderboard. Okay, Yellow. Okay, Yellow. Well, congratulations to Team Yellow. However, gay shit has about a week left. So plenty of time for people to log those books and snatch it away, okay? So if you're on Team Yellow and you think you have it in the bag, don't count your blessings just yet, okay? I've heard there's some people that haven't logged any of their books and waiting till the last minute and all this jazz. So keep reading. You know what? The way we be reading books, y'all, here, we got plenty of time to be reading some books. So you got this, okay? Oh, yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the first sprint. I'm going to utilize that sprint to, I do need to film a video. I have a book review that I would love to talk about. So I'm going to do that and get some breakfast and get some iced coffee because I had about 45 minutes ish, if not even really that, truthfully, of sleep when I came in this morning, so I can be presentable for y'all. So I need a little pick me up, okay? So that works for me. So hopefully we all good in the hood, okay? Also want to go over and check in with Alicia and Kelly and say hi for the Morning Pirates. So we have about an hour and a half on the docket right here, okay? So y'all get some good reading in, and I will check back in with y'all later. Happy reading. Hello, hello, hello. How did that sprint go? Just muting Kelly and Alicia over there on the Morning Pirates. Still in some time so they can write. How did that sprint go for y'all? Let me know how the sprint went. What did I do here? Let's see. It was very productive sprint over here. Mind you, by the way, if you start hearing a bunch of thunder and rain, sounds like it's easing up, but it was thundering and raining. Just started. It was torrential and scary, but I think it is. I'm trying to ease up now. Anyway, so for that sprint, I cooked and made breakfast. It was eggs, bacon, cheese with rice. I've been having that a lot lately. I had that. I've made iced coffee. I've watered this down a few times. Ooh, probably need another straw, but iced coffee here. I've hydrated with some water. Get your hydration on, y'all. Yeah. And I'm just looking to see what's on right here. What does that say? All right, just looking at my sprint thing at the bottom. Let's see, what else did I do? I filmed my video. I got out what I plan to cook for dinner, which is tacos. So if my husband washes the dishes, then I will do that sooner than later. I'm trying this thing called cooking earlier in the day, because the later in the day it gets, the more tired and complacent I am, and the more likely that I don't cook. So I want to start cooking earlier in the day, around breakfast, noontime for dinner. That's been working for me like the last week. So that's what I plan to do. What else did I do? Let's see. I filmed, I ate breakfast, made some iced coffee. Patron sprints. Oh, and I've been reading my book, You Weren't Meant to Be Human, which is pretty good. We just got to a very interesting scene. I'm towards the end. I did not expect it to go that way. I was like, I need a breather. The storm started right around the time. I thought, you know what, this is probably the good time to take a break. So I should, let's see, where am I at? I'm at 95%. So I should finish on the next sprint. And then that'll be, at least for now, be my reading for the day. So I'm not going to start another book. I should have finished this at work last night, but I was running my mouth and, you know, things happen, all that good stuff. So that's what that happened. I'm looking at this font here, and it looks like the font did. Let me see what the font looks like when y'all comment. No, font does not look any different. So I'm going to change it. It seems like just only with my name here that the font changes out. Ooh, hold up. Let me stop this. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Okay. The weather's trying to do some stuff. We don't like that at all, okay? Not at all. Where is the size? There we go. We're going to go to default here. There we go. It seems like the text size only changes my name there, which cuts it off, and not the... I would love for these comments to be bigger, but I guess you have to pay for that option, and we're not. So that's where we're at on that one. So Rand was talking about Team Yellow is the top of the leaderboard. Yay for Team Yellow, but it can change. Keep that in mind. Hello, Miss Livia. How are you doing? And she sent hello to Molly and to Ren. Well, hopefully you're having a good day. Thanks for holding down the sprints. By the way, after here, which will be ending around 2 o'clock. So we still have about, oh, that's scary. Y'all hear that? So we still have about 3 hours yet. So plenty of time to read and stuff. So let us get into here. I would like to see what happened on this day in history. Okay. So on this day in history, today is, by the way, July 8th. Let me know if you're in the United States What you did over the weekend. As you know, it was 4th of July weekend. So, the chaos ensues and all that stuff. Independence Day, 4th of July, celebrating America. That's always fun. I worked the 3rd and the 4th, so I did not do anything special on those days. I did go to the pool the day after, though. But let me know what y'all did to celebrate if you were so inclined to celebrate 4th of July in the United States. It sucks that the politics has turned patriotic events into something that's more of a political statement instead of it being just celebrating the country. Like, I think all countries have their faults. I think all countries have their chaos that has happened in the past and their atrocities. I don't think you can really get away from those things from any country. I mean, let me know if there's any country that's older than 100 years that doesn't have its fair share of some sort of atrocities and horribleness and injustices, right? But you hope to move on. There has been change. There needs to be a lot more, but there has definitely been change. It's baby steps, but I hate that politics has turned it into such a bad thing to kind of like display the American flag, and that it now is like a political statement about what your beliefs are by, like celebrating and things like that. It used to be you recognize that, but you're still proud of your country, and now it's like you have mixed feelings about what your display of those things are. Really, really sad, but that is America. Okay, so July 7th, which is today, on this day, history of the world. And for history, we have in 1978, good year to be born, you have Czech American tennis player Martina Navratilova. Martina Navratilova. I like pronouncing things right. So Martina Navratilova won the first of her 9 Wimbledon singles titles, a record that still stands. Oh, you go, girl, Martina. She reached the finals 12 times and achieved 6 consecutive wins from 82 to 87. Wow, she did some things. I ain't mad at it. Go ahead with your bad self. Bread, y'all. 1928. A bakery in Chickasaw, Michigan began selling the world's first pre-sliced bread. It was marketed as the greatest forward step in the baking industry since bread was wrapped. Y'all, look at that. Okay. Sliced bread started to be sold for the first time, at least in the United States, in 1928. That's wild. Okay. Greatest forward step in baking industry since bread was wrapped. So apparently wrapping bread was like a huge thing. And then selling it pre-sliced became a huge thing. Now, I wonder if I decide, hey, I want to start buying my bread like not sliced. Like, are we going to take some dollars off or take some change? Because, bread has gotten expensive. Bread used to be one of the cheapest things you can buy. This weather is doing too much, y'all, okay? If we get cut off, y'all don't know why. Okay, so hopefully it's not the case. But so apparently sliced bread in 1928. But I wouldn't mind a little deal if I can slice it myself at home if I need to, if you can make it cheaper. Okay. Apparently Pinocchio as a naughty wooden puppet. Naughty Pinocchio. So Pinocchio in 1881 first appeared as a series of stories in Italian magazine Giornale per I Bambini. Livia, let us know, Miss Italiano here, about Pinocchio in 1881 first appeared. Stories were later collected and published as The Adventures of Pinocchio in 1883. That's interesting. I did not know that Pinocchio was debuted in like magazine articles. Like magazine stories in a magazine. I thought it was like a book, but learn something new. In 1911, the first international treaty for wildfire conservation, the North Pacific Fur Seal Convention, was signed. It aimed to stop open water seal hunting. Okay. That's very progressive for 1911. But a lot of people hunted animals for like their furs and things like that. So yeah, I don't know why I'm not surprised about that. All right, so a treaty to protect seals, 1911. In 1950, the implementation of the Population Registration Act, which classified people according to race, set off racial tensions in South Africa. Oh, interesting. Implementation of the Population Registration Act to classify people according to race. Wow. That's interesting. I guess that went hand in hand with apartheid, right? How did they classify people before? I wonder when that started in America. I guess census is just documenting people, but it takes a lot of different data. I'm thinking of the United States, how we have the census every 10 years. It gets data on our population, the makeup of it, how many people, households, how many people are married. Like, it's a whole lot of data. But I wonder in 1950, when their Population Registration Act, I wonder, besides classification of people as race in South Africa, I wonder what other things it did. Oh, I'm curious about that. That's very interesting. Okay. I'm just thinking if it was just for that, or if that's just the first time that people were classified according to. I'm thinking of more chronicling versus classifying. It's like putting people in a category, one thing or the other, and that's it. I'm just curious how that all went about. If that was just very interesting, but I can set off racial tensions if you're seeing people one thing or another. Because if you're looking at it as far as with like how apartheid, which is basically kind of like Jim Crow here, I guess, and you're saying, hey, you're this versus this, but you're utilizing that in order to limit people's rights. I can see how that's a thing. Like America kind of does backdoor ways of saying we're just trying to get data, and then they don't need an excuse. You know what I'm saying? But okay, interesting. 2005, terrorists detonate explosives on public transportation in London, UK, during the morning rush hour, killing 52 people. So sad. People just like to F stuff up for no reason. Anybody in the UK remember anything about that? Let me know. Apparently, we should all know this. Michelle Kwan, the queen of ice skating that she is, was born in 1980. She's a U.S. figure skater, won 2 Olympic medals, 5 figure skating championships, and 9 U.S. figure skating championships. Very, very good. I remember following her back when I was in my ice skating era back in the day, which was pretty much most of my youth. I loved ice skating. Couldn't do it myself, but I enjoyed watching it. But I remember when Michelle Kwan was slated to win the gold medal at whatever Olympics that was, I can't remember. And then little Tara Lipinski came out the gate and just snatched it. Okay. I know Michelle Kwan to this day is probably peeved. Like, she's retired. Both of them are now, but it sucks to work your whole life and want that gold. And, you think you're going to get it. And then your own team rival, I mean, not even rival, they're teammates, but as far as on the same team, they're competing for the same medal. So it really is unfortunate when you got this little girl that came out of nowhere. At least to us. She probably been on the circuit a minute. But to me, all of a sudden, I'm like, who's this little Tara Lipinski? And just came and just snatched Michelle Kwan's medal. She still won the silver, but, that was her time to get the gold, and she never won it. Tara Lipinski went for, was she only in that first one Olympics, I think? If I'm not mistaken, I know it was her first Olympics, but she came, got her medal, and was like, I'm out, B, That's how you do it, okay? Anyway, but yeah, she was born today, Michelle Kwan. Happy birthday, lady. And apparently in 1981, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, which is an Indian cricketer, a great batsman and wicket keeper, never heard those terms, captured India to victory in the 2011 One-Day World Cup. One-Day World Cup of cricket. Good job. Okay. So we have sliced bread. They say the greatest thing since sliced bread, apparently, that happened today. Sliced bread. You have Czech Tennis player Martina Navratilova won 9 Wimbledons. You have protecting the seals. You have South Africa classifying people according to race. You have a terrorist attack. You have Pinocchio. And you have Michelle Kwan being born today. It's a good day. Now, we're not going to be here tomorrow, but I will say this, that tomorrow, July 8th, in 1996, y'all, girl power, the Spice Girls, released their smash hit Wannabe. If you want to be my lover. The song won over young fans across the world with the emphasis on strong friendships between females. Look at that. So that's tomorrow, Spice Girl debut first album. I was a Spicy. I remember, was it MTV, I think? But I remember that song premiering and I saw the video. And I was like, is that new? Like, what is this song? I kept thinking it was some old throwback and that it was a joke. I'm not going to lie. I really did think Spice Girls, when they came out with that, was like a joke. Because it was like at a movie theater where they kind of were meeting up. And I was like, is this some sort of joke? Like, what is this? Is this like a fake musical? And, you know, the song just caught on. It's just this like very, this is gonna fall. Wannabe, and even some of their other songs, they just are very catchy. You know, you listen to something long enough, you be singing too, you know. Wanna be my lover, you know. It's kind of scandalous in a way, but I would love, maybe not now, but back in the day, like a few years ago, I would have loved to have like a Spice Girl reunion, like go to a concert of theirs. I think it would have been really cool. I feel like when for your icons that you love, you know, I'm a little older. So it's not the same as like seeing them in like, you know, kind of how they were when you fell in love with these people, you know, because a lot of them do like their like artists as they get older and they're no longer, you know, big popular. They do these throwback tours, which I think are cool, but it's not the same as seeing them kind of in their prime or maybe 10, 20 years, but still like looking like they do and sounding like they do, you know, because things change, you know, you can't be, I mean, some of them do, you know, look at Madonna and stuff, but I don't want to see my icon lady trying to gyrate and do weird stuff on stage at 60, 70 years old. That's, you know, hang it up. Don't break a hip along with me breaking it too, you know? But I think it would be cool to have that energy where they still have it, you know? You can still have some energy, you know, but it's not the same, you know? Let's see. Olivia is reading The Kennedy Rule by Casey Carmichael. I saw you talking about that on Kelly's Sprint, but I don't know what that is. I'd have to navigate. Well, let me get off. I had Kelly on here, but I want to look up this Kennedy Rule. You have 100 pages left to finish it. Okay, go on with your bad self. I hope that you are enjoying The Kennedy Rule. Kennedy Rule by Casey Carmichael. Let's see. Oh, okay. Is that a hockey romance? Popular male romance featuring rivals to lover hockey, two opposing players, golden boy, form together. According to familiar romance, challenges long-standing rivalry. Like it's like heated rivalry, right? Is that kind of in that same? I'm trying to see if that. Hold up. Steamy, excellent banter, and compelling enemies to lover. I like a true enemies to lover. Like I really hate you type thing. Not the, oh, you know, I kind of dislike him, but I find him hot, you know, from the beginning where they just immediately are enamored, but acting like they don't like each other, you know, kind of like, you know, you have the people that kind of have like those fake arguments. I want like real arguments. Like I really hate this person and then they fall in love. Like that to me is the enemies to lover type thing that I really like to see. Like, let's not do this. Like you can admit that you think they're kind of cute, but I really want you to hate their guts and do some sabotaging. That's for real, not like fake. And then you get together and win each other over. That's what I would love. Heated rivalry. It sounds just like that. Oh, that's a different author. Okay. All right. It's heated rivalry is a that's a series, right? Like I know it's a show, but is the book series. Heated rivalry book. Is it a book series or is it one book? Oh, no, it's just one book. Okay. Oh, Heated Rivalry is the second book in our Game Changer series. Okay. So if y'all have seen Heated Rivalry, which obviously I have not, it says it's the second book in the Game Changer series. Does it follow the same people? What are the Shane and Ilya, if I'm saying that right? Does the whole series follow them? Or is it different people per? I'm just curious why that if the series doesn't all follow them, then why, I guess, them in that second book for Shane and Ilya, why I guess they stood out so much for the series to be about them. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. I have only 100 pages left to finish. Okay, mute us if you need to go. I want you to get this book done. A male hockey romance. Yeah, very fast read. Yes, it's nice to have a fast read there. I know Kelly was talking about it was a popcorn read. Okay, it's part of the series. Heated Rival. Oh, it is part of the Heated Rival series. Not all the series, but the characters are in the books. Okay, so it's different people, but the people kind of different characters, I guess, different romances per book, but they kind of intertwine, like they pop up in different ones. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I like that though. See, that's what I like about when a series. I don't like when series, like you have 5 books in a series, right? But then you have to read each book in sequence to get the story. I don't like that. I prefer, hey, we have the story, most of the time it's romance. So we have the story of these characters. And I like when they pop up in other books, but it's not their story, And then, the author should say, hey, story, I recommend you read this in order, but you don't have to because, you may get part of somebody else's story. I like things like that because I'm not necessarily I'm a read a thing in order, or better yet, I'm not really a series girl. Like I feel like I read a book or two by an author and then I'm probably gonna be, moving on or something. So trying to stay in a series it doesn't work for me. Shane and Ilya have 2 books and 1/3 dedicated to their relationship. Oh, okay. They have 2 books and 1/3 dedicated to their relationship. So you said they each have a book. Is the books? How does that work? Like Shane has a book, I guess, of his trials and tribulations. Then Ilya has a trial and tribulation book. And then you have the book where they get together. Is that what that means? I'm curious. So the second book focuses on, yeah, I've not seen or read Heated Rivalry. Okay, I just know I hear about it. Oh, very interesting though. It talks about full reading order. Yeah, this is just an article that talks about different ways to read the Heated Rivalry series. It says if you want to follow the main couple, which is Shane and Ilya, then read them in a certain sequence, which means read book 2, which is Heated Rivalry first. And then you go to book 5, then book 6. So that's very interesting. But it says if you want the complete universe, Game Changers, that's the series. I keep saying Heated Rivalry series, but that's the book. But the Game Changers series, chronological order, then it starts with Game Changer. Okay. Yes. And it says there's 6 books plus 2 short stories in there. So it's really 8. Interesting. Okay. See, you have so many options. Okay, there you go. Well, hopefully you are enjoying all of that. Okay. There you go. Yeah, there you go. That's what it was just saying. Read it in order. See, if you're going to go through that, you might as well. Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying your book. You're 100 pages through to the end. Hopefully, you get through that today, if not by tomorrow. I'm going to get through my book in the next sprint unless some crazy stuff happens. It looks like the sun is now shining, shining upon us, and the rain has stopped. Hopefully, it continues to stop. We shall see. Let's see, where are we at? What time is it? We are going to we'll do another hour. Why not? We'll do another hour. I'll definitely read. Maybe my husband will clean and I can maybe start some dishes, or not dishes. He can clean the dishes and maybe I could start some cooking. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, we got an hour on the clock here. Make it count. Make it count. Okay. Happy reading. And that was the Sprites. How did it go? How did it go? How did it go? Let's see. What did I do? I finished my book. Yay. So you weren't meant to be human. Let me show you the book. Let me get off this page. But I was also watching Miss Pearl at Pearls and Plot Twists Sprints. I actually just came from the Morning Pirates with Kelly and Alicia, and then I went to Miss Pearl. Where's this book? But I finished this book on the sprint, so all done with my required planned reading for the day. It ended with a banger. Like I said, this book it's gruesome. There's definitely a lot of things in here I did not expect. But it was a good time. It was a good time. If you like weird and kind of off the chain, it's for you, okay? But I finished that one, so I'm happy. I finished my book, and then I started doing puzzles, magic puzzles on my Kindle, which I love to do. So that was the sprint for me. Let me cue this up here. So that was, where were we at? Yeah, there we go. So that was what I did on my sprint. Let me know about yours. Where are we at here? Trying to figure out where I had my timer. Okay, so Olivia, we were discussing about the Game Changer series and heated rivalry. Is it called? Yeah, the Game Changer series, including Heated Rivalry. So, and the order about that. So take a look at that if you're interested. They have about 8 books in that series there, 2 novellas and 6 full-length books. So keep you busy. And there's Miss Christina. Hello, lovely lady. How are you doing? Good morning. Saying hello. And she wants you to do the things. So we're going to hydrate. I have done that, but I could definitely do that again. Done. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I got some iced coffee here too, so we might as well, with my soggy straw. There you go. Go ahead and get some of that done. Hydrate, feed myself, check the laundry, take the meds. I don't know about that laundry part. I've seen it. I've dealt with it today, but I don't know how much I'm going to actually do of it. Done all the other things. Med, stretch, show some love to the like button so you can hopefully ring the bell and be notified and sub. I like all of those things. Thank you very much. Here are the updates and the TBRs for Gay Shit. You can sign up as well. You have about a week left, but still time. If you want to participate, you definitely have some time for it, okay? Sign up for the team you think you're going to win. There you go. Here is a sprint parade. We have plenty of time left for that. It's going to be a good time. You have Just Kiwi, who's going to be following me at about 2 p.m. my time. So we have about... okay, so it's 12:16 here for me. So about an hour and 45 left here. Okay, so we got plenty of time. There's Ms. Molly. Hello. hello. How are you doing? Julie, right? Julie says, trying to do final edits on my book. Mostly just need to make sure chapter titles and numbers are correct, but my dog is in the window freaking out about the pool raft. Let that doggy out. Doggies just need some entertainment. Oh man, maybe the dog just wants to go in the pool, I have one dog in the living room window doing neighborhood watch, the other going crazy at the raft. Hopefully I can prevail despite these distractions. Pets do keep you entertained, don't they? I'm telling you, they keep you entertained. Really great substitute for kiddos, okay? I would say take them for a walk. That may help alleviate for both. Keep them both entertained, get them out the house. Maybe a quick walk will help you out, and so you can concentrate after without them distracting you. Worst case scenario, get out of Mother Nature. How's everyone? How is everyone? I am doing fine. Hopefully everyone else is doing as well. You know, a little bit tired. I worked last night and came in, got about a 45-minute nap, and voila, here I am. But, you know, books energize me, so I have no complaints. Got some coffee, keeping that on the reps there. And let's see, what else have I done? And I finished my book, so you know, there we go. I feel like it's a win. Christina says hello to Jenny and to Molly. And Kelly says, happy time zone, my friend. I must finish this developmental edit on my author's manuscript. You got this. By Sunday. Sometimes I just don't know why these things take me so long. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Some things take you longer than others, but I think it all evens out. Just buckle down and you got this. You got this, okay? Christina says hello to Kelly. Say hello. So everybody say hi to each other. Ren finished Felix Ever After and gave it 5 stars. Hey, high five on that one. Hold up. Let me see if I can find something for you. Where is... Oh, yeah, here we go. Yay. There you go. And no, I think I like this one better. Congratulations, Ren, on finishing your book and giving it such a high rating. Hello, Cozy Curtsy. Oh, I said it wrong. Cozy Kirsty. I like the curtsy. Hello, welcome. Just joined on the last friend starting Wild Swans by Zhong Chang. I have not heard of Wild Swans. How are you enjoying it? Welcome for coming by. I'm here most Tuesdays. Ren says, next I'll be picking up Trans History from Ancient Times to the Present Day, a graphic novel by Alex Combs and Andrew Eckert. That book has so much I was going to say drama. That's not it. Probably some drama included, because you know, to get any sort of change, there's always some sort of drama, right? But I was going to say a lot of knowledge in it, I bet. And I like that it's in a graphic format. So I feel like when I say palatable, I don't mean that in a bad way, like you can't understand the words. It's just, I feel like I grasp nonfiction better in a graphic, in a graphic format, or in like a historical fiction format. I just feel like it's a little bit more entertaining, as long as like the words aren't too busy on the page, if you know what I mean. But I bet you're going to learn a lot of information and get to see just kind of the chaos that has ensued in order to get change done. So should be very, very interesting. Mind y'all, if y'all are not familiar with this book that I just finished reading, it's not for everybody. If you don't like gruesome kind of scenes with worms, just put it out there. It's on the page here, but it's also in the description. Okay. But you weren't meant to be human. This is a very interesting book. It is by a trans author, a trans male, and it also features a trans male character too. So if you're looking for something to read that's, different, there you go. Let's see. And also, since you just finished your book, are you going to be immediately picking this one up, or are you going to give yourself a break? Let us know. Livia says hi to Christina. And Livia's almost finished my book. Yay. It's always nice to be almost done. That means you've gotten one great thing down, and now you have something else that you can go pick up, another story to add to the mix, okay? Got to plan them out. I'm almost done. I might actually be done with, let's see. Let us see. I'm looking at my list of what I said I would read for gay shit. My reality is I have read all of the books I said I would read for gay shit. And then I've also added in, the books I said for June. Okay, because gay shit was supposed to be June. So, but all the stuff that I planned for gay shit, and then I think it was 2 extras, that maybe 3. I've done. So the only thing I haven't done is watch the movie that I said I would do. But my list is done, so I can add in some other stuff. Good times, good times. I've actually added in 2 extra books too, but I've done my books. Kelly says there's less than 400 points difference between first and third on the leaderboard. Ooh, da-dun. Y'all make sure y'all submit those books, okay? I think first is what, yellow, right? Somebody was saying earlier, and I don't know about the other ones there. I haven't looked at the leaderboard yet, but that's pretty close when you look at like how points are tallied and stuff. So make sure y'all get those books in this final week, submit them, get them read, you know, do what you have to do to support your team and go forth, you know. Anybody could win it. Anybody could win it. Now, keep in mind, the main thing is to read your books, enjoy them. I'm always about quality versus quantity, but quantity doesn't hurt. It's just more opportunity for a great story to come by your way, you know, but enjoy your books for what they are, but definitely get your point totals into. Thank you. Yeah, I've put this book down a few times. I could have been done yesterday, but I put it down a few times when I've got to some troubling scenes, just troubling in my head. But yeah, very, very interesting, very unique. Okay. Yeah, there we go. We got some books read. Take a break. Okay, that's good. It's good to take a break. I will probably take a bit of a break for most of the rest of the day, but knowing me, I'll probably wind up picking up another book tonight. But for now, I'm gonna take a little breaky break since I finished this one. Let it digest for a few hours. Probably cook on the next sprint if my husband has managed to clean these dishes. I worked yesterday, but I came in and I washed dishes before, like the other day. So I'm not going to do that again, especially since I'm cooking. So, but I would like to get that out of the way. Maybe I need to go threaten him. Hey, you want to eat tonight? You need to get these dishes done now. Kelly says, yellow goodbye is in the lead. Woohoo! There we go. Get it done. Remember, all books you read count for page count, just not the other checked items. There you go. See, you have all these different ways to accumulate points, okay? Just make sure you submit them if you are submitting your books out there, okay? Help your team out. Nothing wrong with that. Let us see. What time is it? It is 12:25. We do have time. Let's see. What do we want to do? Let me know if you want to do an hour or if you would like to do 45 minutes on the clock, because we have time for both. We plan to get out of here by 2. So we have about an hour and a half. Also, I asked this question earlier, but let me know what y'all did for 4th of July if you celebrate. What did you do? Anybody go to the beach, get into some water or barbecue? Let me know. I wonder what the origins of barbecue is for 4th of July too. You know, a lot of people barbecue. I wonder what that, like, in historically, where that concept came from. Why don't I look it up? Barbecue 4th of July origins. I just thought of that all of a sudden in my head. Okay, so the 4th of July barbecue traces back to the early 1800s. Southern politicians used to draw massive crowds to Independence Day rallies by hosting community feasts with slow roasted whole pigs or oxen. That'll draw some folks, any type of food. You put some animal on a spigot, I'm pretty sure some people probably want to take a look at it. So this combines civic celebrations with the popular cooking method routinely rooted in indigenous Caribbean and colonial history. Oh, okay. Interesting. So politicians basically drew people to their little rallies so that by barbecuing, putting an animal on a spit. The culinary term barbecue itself originates from barbacoa, method used by the Taino people of the Caribbean to cook meat over raised wooden frames, which Spanish explorers adopted in the 16th century. See, everybody just snatches. I don't think cultural appropriation is always a bad thing. I think we all take snippets from different cultures. I think it's just that attribution. I mean, something as this is not like people going around saying, hey, I invented. People are saying, I invented barbecue, But I'm just saying that it's nice to give credit where credit is due in some things. I feel like that's what's lacking many times. Yeah, in the American colonies, slow roasting large animals over the pits feed large gatherings and preserve meat in the summers. And before these community feats involved in the family backyard cookouts, they were mainly major patriotic events that included parades and militia processions and public reading of Declaration of Independence. Interesting. Learn something new. Okay. Kelly says it's because it's too hot to cook inside in January traditionally. Yeah, that's true. That is true. It is a bit warm. I personally don't like to run my oven much at all. So I do tend to cook easier meals, especially in the summertime. I love getting those little rotisserie chickens from Walmart or any convenience store, and then you can do things with those because the meat's already cooked. A lot of times when you're making a meal, if you're into meat, that tends to be the thing that creates the longest to produce. So you can do different things like that. I had some hot dogs the other day, which I don't normally eat hot dogs, and I was just like, I ate two, and I was just like, I do not want to eat this. So many different things there, but I'm going to make tacos because it is Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, y'all. So make sure you get your tacos on. Okay, so I didn't see anybody say yay or nay for the sprint. So I'm just going to make an hour and we'll just go from there. That'll get us close to the 2:00 mark and then we'll go from there. So I got an hour on the clock here and happy sprinting. See you in an hour. Hey, there we go. How was that sprint for you? How did it go? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let's see. So that is. Let's see if we can fit in maybe one more sprint. We shall see. We'll see how much we get through the comments here. But that sprint was quick. How did your reading go? I didn't read because, like I said, I already finished my book. But I did cut up some meat for my food. It's like vegetarian meat. So I'm going to make some tacos. So I cut up a little bit of that. I did a lot of doom scrolling, unfortunately, on the internet. I checked the Discord. I patroned a few people's sprints. Talked to my husband. Those type things. Wrote some more notes about the book that I just finished. Yeah, a few different things. So good times, good times, good times. Christina said, where did I have? Oh, yes to sprints. Yes, that one there. Definitely a sprint. It's just amount of time. Jamie says, hello. How are you doing today? Finished 1776 and logged it for points. I still need to make a few videos for it probably later today. Awesome. Okay. And I'm glad you are getting things done. How did you enjoy the book? Let us know. Jamie says, I'm finishing The Vanishing Birds by Simon Jimenez, and looks like the pink may indeed pull out in the out of last place soon. There we go. You know what? Don't count yourself out until you're completely done. Okay. I went in through, and saw like the stats and how people were ranking and all, but don't count it out. You never know. There's a pretty close ranking between all of them. Okay. So just keep that in mind, that you never know how the stats may go. So just keep logging those books. Okay. There may be some secret weapons out there that haven't logged that sit there at like 10,000 points or something. You never know. Jamie says our Aspen Acres fire is maybe going to make it to the 6th place in Colorado big fire rankings. So what is this? Every acre that burns now is safer from future big fires. So adding a few more acres is not terrible. Oh, that's one of those controlled fire situations. I commend people that know all the physics and geometry and all of that stuff about fire science and incorporating everything together. That's your science at work, y'all. Okay. Science and Mother Nature working together. So whatever you got to do to keep people safe, keep animals safe. I hate to see things burn. Out here in Florida, we don't necessarily have burns, but there's so much like deforestation that they're doing to build developments. I hate driving around here because there's still some green space areas that I say green space, but I just mean like trees, underdeveloped areas that they're constantly tearing down. And every time a new development picks up, another one gets put up, another development is already in process and they're filling trees. It's so sad. I just cannot wait to move so I don't see that. Or I plan to move, hopefully it'll work out, we'll see, is an area that has already been built up. So I'm assuming they've already cut down all the trees and everything else already. So I don't have to see that destruction, but it's just horrible. But it's one thing when you're trying to help out to save lives and stuff. It's a whole nother thing when people are just cutting things down just to cut things down. It's sad. Very, very sad. Let's see. I am trying to get a timer here. We're going to do a 20-minute timer, y'all. Okay. If I can get this right. There we go. We're going to do 20 minutes, but yeah. Let's see. Not a controlled fire, but we have the giant fire burning west of it. It has so many firefighting resources on it now, so that's actually not likely to burn any more structurals despite its size. Ooh, I haven't heard of this, but I know there's always some sort of fire going on that gets kind of nuts. Colorado, California, and Alaska all have wildfire season. Yeah, I'm used to hearing about California. And I know for a while, not necessarily wildfire season, but I know Canada was having some issues for a while. It was like smoke in the US, but yeah, watch yourself in all that chaos, okay? But I understand they got to do what they got to do to protect people and protect wildlife and all. So it's a chore. Read your books and protect your lungs, okay? Oh yeah, we're going to do one last sprint and then we're going to get out of here and have Miss Just Kiwi. So I have a 20-minute sprint here's scheduled. It'll be the last one, and then we have about 5 minutes of talky talk. Okay. Happy reading. And that was the sprint there. How did that go for everybody? Let me know. What did you do on that sprint? I continue to do some stuff in the kitchen, preparing a meal to cook later. So I finished cutting up my little meat stuff and clean some dishes and all that stuff. So prep. That was what I did. Let's see. Where are we here? Where am I at? Okay, so we're right here. Oh, by the way, so we have about 4 minutes till we're going to go over to Miss Jess Kiwi. I think I saw already that Christina put the link there. So make sure you head on over there after here. I'll be in the chat as I do things around the house. Just wanted to say for quick housekeeping, thank you very much for Gay Shit. This is my last sprint for Gay Shit, so I appreciate y'all coming by. It's been a great month and so I had a good time. So hopefully we're going to do it again next year. Coda and Nicole, thank you very much for inviting me, and good times. Hope to be available more. If I get the spreadsheet quicker, I will definitely add in more sprints and stuff in the future. Okay, work schedule. But I appreciate my Tuesdays here. This book, if you can see that, tons of colorful flowers. This is my book club book for the month of July, where the wildflowers grow. Should be an interesting time. Basically, a woman's in prison being transported. The bus overturns. She survives. And she's kind of on the run, learning about family trauma and redemption and grief and all that stuff as she finds her way after that. So should be a good time. So check out this book. You have time to read it. Discussion will be on July 31st at 7:30 p.m. EST. So that's that. Let's see. Okay, so Jamie was talking about some fires that are being used to kind of control the area. You're having some firefighters take care of some stuff, so that's good. Yeah, very interesting. Okay. Yeah, watch out for these fires, y'all, these wildfires in Colorado, California, and Alaska. Check them out, okay? Make sure if you're in the path of those, get out of them, okay? Firefighters do what they can, but Mother Nature is Mother Nature, okay? You have Christina says a quickie. That is what we did for the last 20 minutes. Jamie says hi to Christina. And I was just reiterating that a quickie can be a girl's best friend when you need to get some stuff done. Okay, keep that in mind always. Christina agrees on that one. Happy sprinting. Remember to do all the lovely things. Eat your food, hydrate, all of that fun stuff. Take your meds and laundry. And definitely hit that subscribe button if you have not already, not only for me, but also my co-hosts and also people in the chats here, okay? If you're a newbie here, make sure you give us a shout out so we can make sure we see who you are. Let us know if you're a booktuber so we can go ahead and click that subscribe button and show some support, okay? Here is the sprint parade. Hop on board. You got another week. Jessica Kiwi is next. There we go. You can probably start heading over there shortly, I believe. I don't know if she'll come in the chats. We'll see. Hello, lovely Mary. How are you doing? Pop in, say hi. Busy all day, being poked and prodded. Yeah, I know how that is with doctors, okay? I'm not a doctor, but I do my fair share of poking and prodding with patients at the hospital. And they talk about it all the time. I had some funny hospital stories, but we don't have time today. But hopefully all goes well for you, okay? And hopefully you're getting some good books in too, okay? Christina says hello to Mary, and thanks for today. Have a good, beautiful day. You as well, as always. Stay sane and cool, okay? Jamie made coffee and pet cats in the sprints. I read 2 pages. I call that a win. You showed some love, and you read some pages, and you also got some coffee in. I call that a win always. Jess has pulled up. Awesome. Okay, well, that works. I believe Jess is here. We are good to go. We have 1 minute to spare. So you can start up, actually 2 o'clock. Okay, Jess, we're going to start heading over that way. Hopefully you have a beautiful, blessed rest of the day. All of you as well here. Take care. Make sure you enjoy that theme song that Coda has produced. I lovingly enjoy listening to it. I will say that. Probably one of my favorites of all the theme songs that he have done for readathons. But make sure you show some love for that one, okay? I'm just trying to make sure I can get it on my. I'm looking for just a sprint on my thing. Hey, you said you have her pulled up. Does that mean she's sprinting? Why is she not coming into my feed? Hi. I have just pulled up. I'm assuming you're meaning that she is starting her sprint. Is that correct? Is that what we mean? I'm trying to make sure I see her before I log out. Oh, she's not started yet. Okay. So let me know when she has started. To go from there. Normally she checks in or says hi or something, so I know that she's around, but you're watching for her. Okay. Well, let me know. Let me go. I guess I can rattle on a little bit. Until then, I always talk. Let me know when I got to get booted off soon. Okay. But Just Kiwi is going to be next. So y'all make sure that y'all, transfer over there when the time comes. Okay. We're going to get the word from Miss Christina. So let me tell you a story. So, as you know, I work in a hospital, right? So I'm not naming any names or anything, but just in general. So I had a patient last night, right? He found it a big chuckle. I heard part of the story from someone, but I just was like, oh, well, you can tell me your story himself. And he was only too happy to oblige. So this guy, he had said he did way back in the day marijuana, right? And he hasn't touched it in a long time because, marijuana out here is legal, right? I don't partake, mind you, but I know people that do. So he's like, and mind you, this guy's like 50, 60. I would err on the side of maybe 50. I don't know, 40 to 60. Let's just say that he's a grown ass man. Okay. So he was like, I haven't touched it in years, but I've been having insomnia and stuff. So I was thinking that and maybe some back pain or whatever, that it would help me sleep. So he said he went to his little dispensary, got his little card and something, and got his little pen. And he said he was doing this little thing at the living room or at the dining room table. And then he woke up 3 days later when his family did a wellness check on the floor with everything on the table on top of him. So I'm like, what in the world? He was like, yeah, that stuff must have been strong. It was hilarious. The way he was telling it was just hilarious. Okay. But the person that told me the story came up and was like, hey, dude did some weed and then came to and MS brought him in with no pants on. That's what I heard. So he didn't tell me the no pants theory. So I don't know how somehow he got brought into the hospital with no pants on. I wasn't going that in depth with the guy. I thought something nefarious happened until I saw the guy. And I was like, he seemed like he was alone, but you never know. It's been 3 days. And, he probably soiled his pants if he's been down on the ground for 3 days. With 3 days with no water and no food. He probably, and so they probably took him off because they were soiled. But he was just a chuckling. And I always try to make light with patients. Patients love me because I tend to make light of things. It's a fine line. I can have a quirky personality. Some people get it, some people don't. But I always try to make the best of the situation. I was like, well, now you know. Maybe you need to cut your dose a little bit, and you have your little what did I say? I was saying you have your little funny story to tell, your war wounds, a battle scars. That's what I said. Now you have your battle story to tell in case somebody asks about, do you have a funny story to tell about your marijuana? And I was asking him if he used a stronger strain, and he was like, no, I just hadn't used it in a long time. It's what I used to use. I was like, you need to cut that dose in half. He was laughing. Yeah, it was really funny there. Really strong and no tolerance. Probably both. And that's what I told him. I was like, your tolerance has definitely decreased. So maybe cut off, like cut it in half and build up, or just cut it out and find something else. He was like, yeah, I'm not touching that for a while. It was a pen too. I'm like, how strong do they make those things? And I made sure I asked him, I was like, did you get it from a legit source or did you get homeboy on the street? And he was like, no, I always get it from a dispensary, legit source, because I was thinking it was laced with something. But he was like, no, I think it's good, but it was hilarious, though. Jesse, how you doing? Waiting for y'all to finish. Oh no, we are finished. I was just telling a little story, waiting on you, Miss Lady. You can go ahead and start your intro, and we're going to head over that way, okay? Okay, go ahead and start. Christina says, if you don't use for a while, your tolerance is good. Exactly. You definitely got to watch that, okay? But, you know, things like that keep us in business in the hospital. We've had a lot of I'll just say OD. I was trying to find another term, but we've had a lot of overdoses lately. It's really sad. And I'm talking old and young. I don't know what's going on, you know. So my hospital generally gets like an older population, like long-term care thing. So this whole ODing situation is kind of scary. Like, what's going on, you know? It's being laced is a scary thing. That could be too, but he said he got it from a reputable dispensary. So I'm assuming that he's okay. So okay, Jess is starting. I see you, girl. Go ahead and start. I'm just wrapping up here, okay? I want to catch that theme song. Jamie said he must have needed to sleep. How embarrassing, though. He probably needs to ration his weed a bit better. Medical grade weed can be strong. And that's what I told him. You're not getting like diluted stuff that you don't know what's about. If you're going to a dispensary, if they say, he said he had like 93%. I don't do it. I don't know. I just know 93 is higher than like 80. So it must have been strong. And I was like, yeah, that was probably a little bit too high for you, you know? And I was like, how long were you toking? He was like, I don't even remember. He was like, I felt like I got 3 hits and I must have been having a good time. Yeah, he was a fun time though, but he had a whole lot of other issues. If you would have looked at his body, I'm like, you probably need to go to some, like, weed is the least of your worries of insomnia with what I physically see of what's probably wrong with you. But, you know, I'm sure they're going to hook him up in the hospital. Okay. Yeah, with illegal, yeah, you definitely got to watch out. It can be more expensive, but yeah. Jamie said it can happen when you're sleep deprived and finally fall asleep. You stay asleep a long time. It could be, but yeah, there's no telling. If I was them, I would have run another drug panel on him, but whatever. Yeah, you can't be doing like you did in your young days, y'all. As old people need to practice, you know, some moderation, okay? Okay, y'all, we're going to get out of here. Thank you very much for a great time. I've finished the book. Yay, Courtney. Book club book, Where the Wildflowers Grow. You'll be hearing me talk about this. Feel free to pick it up or just drop off of the discussion later. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you read your gay books. And make sure you show some love to the like button and all the people in the chats, okay? Have a beautiful, blessed rest of your day and stay sane always. Bye, y'all. Have a good day.